Alright, test 1 2, 1 2 test. Got it. Let's pick just right up here. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then, how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Francesca von Karma, what are you up to now? I know what you're thinking, but Francesca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godet? Godet? Francesca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been there all night, trying to remove these trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah. Thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godet intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight this like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden frantic maniac you were yesterday. Strange. On the day here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. I still don't have answers to most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elsie Douxnam. No, I mean Miss Misty Fey. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Hold on 1 second. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you... Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale. Not to mention that he couldn't be here. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feed the Nia to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing on judgment. Well said, Mr. Godet. I understand exactly what you said. At least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godet, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a consistent in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant... Iris. Why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, there is something that you want to confess to? Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were one of the one who murdered Miss Elsie Downxnam? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elsie, or Elise, excuse me, and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. 3 minutes of court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Ha! Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be, in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That got it. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? Now I'm definitely up a creek without a paddle, or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is one of the branch families of the Kiryan tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the Kiryan channel technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's naming... Maya? So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer? I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous! Maya could never kill... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. I went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elsie strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elsie moved into to deliver a final strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense? Yes. Mystic Elsie was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected? Isn't that right? Not bad. You got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday. The Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple.
Objection.
Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? I was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between you two, between the two of you, does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness? I could have just told him the truth at that time. Miss Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor... You're saying that the victim attacked Maya? I mean, Miss Faye? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Miss Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. That's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this testimony for a minute. What happened after that? She moved in to deliver the fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached for her robe with a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Elise Dowson tried to stab her with this weapon? To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Ha. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do I have a problem with Iris's testimony? I kinda do. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay. Okay, now, let's continue. But the problem is, the staff in itself is a weapon. Why did she have to pull out a dagger if her staff was already a weapon?
Objection!
Sister Iris. There's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Dowson throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature on it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Dowson really had wanted to kill Maya Faye, she wouldn't have had the need to use a separate dagger. Not that she had already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Wright. I never would have thought that there was a sword hidden with the staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective for close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose the dagger over the blade. Well... Anyway, the type of weapon she chose isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense would not present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Dowson would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Well, it's because she's the mom, so why would she want to kill her own daughter? At least Dowson would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elsie Dowson. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? Not Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Mrs. Fey is the master of the Curian channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Dowson actually the great Misty Fey? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one that she hasn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution could offer the explanation for why she would do such a thing. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seems natural enough. However, in light of some facts that has been presented, 1. That the victim supposedly threw away a sword during the fight, and 2. That the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible. Except for one little thing. Guess? What is that one little impossible thing? Huh. You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted? But you just have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of my morning coffee. You're gonna ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified of seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, it appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? The dagger was stuck in the back of the backside of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree, which means the blood of the, on this victim belongs to on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Huh? Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of coffee. Did you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the school will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I ordered that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat it right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Now then, The testimony we just heard has numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after hearing found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw. The battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff. But then she dodged Mystic Elsie's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elsie was the one on the defense, with her back to the stone lantern. That's what Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elsie. Mystic Elsie managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. This is a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden's stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me. So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place? Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck? But then she dodged Mystic Elsie's next attack and stole her weapon. What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see it. I think it's got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated. That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger. Mystic Elsie raised the dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing's not especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her? You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point is just silly. As they say, a quartered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a quartered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You were the one who started it. Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next? Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost? The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. Objection. We know that Maya Fey was in the inner temple that night. And that the woman that was killed was Elsie Dauxham. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elsie. Then Mystic Elsie doubled over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh? Yes. Where did the dagger go? I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. according to the detective who found the dagger. It was struck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle. That is the most likely explanation, yes. After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Miss Maya for a while. And Miss Maya stood there, not moving an inch. It felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Miss Elsie fell over. Seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible, which means that this faulty testimony contains another contradiction in it somewhere. Huh. But if she was in front of him, then why would the autopsy report say that she was stabbed in the back?
Objection!
Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a bit of contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong with my testimony? According to you, Maya stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, correct? Yes, I think so. But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to the blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. What? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Ha, it's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and back. Catch my drift? Is that all you have to say? I could also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Can you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims that the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There certainly is some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 different types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Goda, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous with her own ambiguities of what she said. That the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light? By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when the acolyte is in the inner temple, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder that the stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. More enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff were dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Why is the judge just sitting there with a look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written? In blood? It says Maya upside down. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elsie didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. It certainly looks that way.
Objection.
Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Could it be? He can't see the bloody written at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message in the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godet, anything further? Mr. Godet? Okay then. Let's move on. Godet is literally shaking, and somehow, I don't think it's from the caffeine overdose. I believe it's now been established that Miss Dowxon was killed by Maya Fey. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir? After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. After Mystic Elsie died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Kyrianchek tradition, so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me and all the way to across Dusky Bridge. Then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to the Hazakura temple. I used the ship's code to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body? Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elsie Dowxon was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body. But you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Oh, what's up, Tiger Roar? Why did she do this? She moves the body. Well, apparently she did it to, like, quote-unquote protect Maya, I guess, because she's claiming that Maya killed the head leader or whatever. So she wanted to at least protect Maya and, like, try and diverge the crime as it took place. So I'm not so sure. We're gonna figure out exactly what happened, though.
Hold it!
So you waited until everything was over before making a move? No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion. Isn't it your job as the judge to mediate their argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her that what she had done. So then you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey? Yes. Of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. So I removed the body from the inner temple myself. Why'd you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. You moved her body all by yourself? Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? I dragged it behind me and all the way across the dusky bridge. It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. You mean as you're saying that she did do, like, the murdering, as in Iris? It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It looks like, it's as they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought it was still too, I thought it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Huh. Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do when you got across the bridge? Oh, what's up, Knight? Yeah, we just started. Iris is now confessing apparently that she had something to do with moving the body. And he's saying that Mystic Maya did it. In which we know that that's clearly not true. The snowmobile? I knew that that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to the Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Nothing about the snowmobile, but again, the tracks is what really was important. And why isn't Fran on prosecution? Oh, because Goda decided to come in, and Francesca is still trying to work those 5 locks. So she's actually being helping the head nun at the time. So Miles said to Phoenix Wright that they should get that locks open within the next few hours. So that's why Francesca is there helping the nun, and that's why Goda is prosecuting now. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes. Naturally, you would expect tracks. This picture you presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes. I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was falling when I left the Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks. How about it, Phoenix Wright? What do you think about this testimony? When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped? That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made be added to the testimony. But, does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if I show you her statement to be added to the record. Huh. This should be fun. I can imagine Maya trying to kill someone with a knife, but she fall on it. That's fucked up. Well, you might be right about that. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. So, apparently the murder took place... Let me take a look at the weather report again. Where is it? Okay. Snow from 10 to 10:50. Murder took place in between 10... The training started at 10. Then... I remember them saying something about 10:45. Yeah, I mean, that's when the lightning took place, but... Wait, so yeah, if the lightning took place at 10:45, that means it was still snowing at that time. That means that had to happen before, so she said the snow stopped. That's impossible. At least I thought that was impossible. That's a little strange. Hold on. I don't want to believe it, but I think my logic is failing me. I was just trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. But that's what I'm saying, it's like... That, that's what, Hold on. Or is it like specifically that she did it at Dusky Bridge? I honestly don't feel like going back right now. Let me see if this is correct. Hold on. It is correct. That's so weird. All right, let me see how far back I was. Hold on. Oh wait, yeah, that wasn't too far. Hold on. Let's see, pull this down. Oh, actually, wow, that is quite a bit. Hold on. Oh well, time to mash.
Objection.
Anything to keep my penalization up. Then that's why they said they were mother and daughter. Damn, I really didn't say it for a while, huh? Mash harder, mash harder. Yeah, then they saw the dagger. He has a coffee on demand. I don't know who the hell's sliding it over to him, but that guy deserves a medal. He knows exactly what point and what cue that he's looking for each time. See that? I wonder what he uses. I bet he's like a Folgers type guy. So then that's what I said, they shouldn't have happened at the front. Ow. Hurts my hand just holding the circle button. Then it shows with this. Honestly, something tells me that there's something off going on. Like, I don't want to say too much for you guys like that are still pondering. It's like what's going on, but I have a funny feeling. Sonny said that there's a lantern, that he can't see the blood on it because of his red mask. Man, this hard bass is the best part of the song.
Objection.
Whoever's in like charge of like the soundtrack of these games, it's like they deserve a medal too. Holy shit. Oh my god, I really went super far back. Okay, so now I think that we're at the point that I was at before. Just as a safety, let me just save here real quick. The snowmobile, yeah. Path the tracks. And that says very important. I think that's the first time where a statement has been added, but like presenting it on that statement is incorrect. And then it was the weather data. Yep, there you go. It's so odd. Now let me save it, just for good measure. You claimed the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50. But you could have crossed the dusty bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped. Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge. It was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it. It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge had burned down. What? It can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of the real defense attorney. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed that bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying, I will have you found in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Objection.
The only person that here is totally incontemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elsie Dowson was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini. Witness Iris desecrating Elise Dowson's body. He makes a good point, on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You've stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of the night is hazy?
Objection.
It's only human to, That's so- wait, why did it say that? If you're so perfect, Wright, maybe you could explain this at the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge was already burned down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be a way to get across that burnt down bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be your final testimony? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or it had stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or were you saying that there was a way to cross a burning bridge? So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of the dusky bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. It still was burnt to a crisp, and one of the suspended wires had even snapped. It's amazing that the whole bridge didn't fall. But, what exactly is important, Tiger? Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as truth. And I will be accused of murder. Trite. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the error in our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. How she got over the river? Well, yeah, of course, but I'm, still trying to figure that out. There's no way to move the body, so I must have just gotten confused. Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? Oops. Let me just, see something. Body fell 10 feet. That's what's really confusing. If it somehow got, across the bridge, right? It's possible it could have fell down a bit, maybe on, a ledge. But how could that have happened? There's a path, look at the photo. What goes down? By the way, I appreciate the hint giving, but I wanna, unless I get stooped or something, I wanna try and see if I can figure it out myself. I appreciate the hints though, but let me see if I can try and piece something together. No, it's okay, no problem. I mean, I'm going through this blind anyway, so. I mean, unless I get super swamped, then it's I kinda got no choice, but. I mean, let me actually save it first before I do anything, so... That's my backup to the backup. There's just something the wire snapped, right? So... Huh. From what angle is this, like, depicted, though? Larry said... Horrible sketch of what he saw that night of the crime. I love it. He said that he saw Iris flying, right? With the hood and everything? But she has a hood. Not like the same one, but... It kind of sounds crazy, but like... The only way how that could be true is if, like, she was going from one place to the other. Maybe through the wire snapping. Could have, like, tied it up. Like, I guess it's more towards... Sure, but... I got a hunch. It's just so weird how this, like, picture is angled, but... Okay, so I think my train of thought is happening. So, like, when the wire snapped, it, like, fell down, and then they used, like, I guess, like, to either tape or, like, tie her up, and then swing her over from one side to the other. She's a magical girl? I guess so. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Ha. You're saying that it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible is your claim that it's, excuse me, that has been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. Who is it? Who is this witness? I can't check it out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Dowson's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice. Lars... can't believe they're saying his name. Lars Dowsnip. Brilliant? Highly gifted? Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? That night he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen the sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? Are you using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket. Ha. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like this was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does. And I'm gonna prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with the sketch? Upside down? Why did Goda say that? Alright then, let's hear your defense's theory. What exactly is the sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is gonna forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, let's carefully and look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Lars Dowsnip is evidence of nothing, a complete contradiction, exactly what happened. Hold on. Well, he gave you a hint? Yeah, I know, upside down. So that's what I was saying. It's like the angle was so weird. That's what it was like bothering me. It's like if the bridge that you think is upside down, then that means that the wires are like kind of like this, and the bridge is on top, which makes a lot of sense. Say contradiction. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I meant, Your Honor. Lars Dowsnip stated it over and over and over. This sketch was exactly what he saw. However, If we were to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to the finger pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly contradicts reality as we know it? I need to go buy this game? Oh, what, the, like the trilogy or whatever? Absolutely. I'm saying like the actual, like, wire itself, so... It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire? Ha. Is that thing really contradicts reality? It is indeed. Then show us the reality it's supposed to it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Well, it's exactly this, because the bridge shows that the wires are below it, not above it. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now, compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat! Wow, really? The wires are below the guard wires. What? This sketch is somewhat different than what was depicted in the photo. However, it isn't likely that the artist just saw it wrong, or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Laris, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question, why did he make a mistake? What's the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Laris was doing when he witnessed this event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never gonna come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Laris must have been in that time. He was laying on his back, which is why he remembered that scene the way he did. He was lying on his back? I can't see how it relates, but it does. Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires go in the sketch go up instead of down. No way. Laris Dawson witnessed the event while he was laying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Now then, the sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Laris Dawson's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge. It was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous.
Objection.
Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There's no way to get across it. But if the body had been found in the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And the pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection.
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple and the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover the distance with the pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? Well, it's this. They showed exactly the picture here. successfully use that, somehow. And the meaning of this is, if you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. This is one of the wires from that bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspended wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Dowson's body. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Cluck, 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 cluck. See the Adam's apple rolling? Mr. Godet. It seems that Mr. Godet is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of the rope being ready available are very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Try. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? I was thinking of the autopsy report because it said the body fell 10 feet after the death. So that's the only possible way that it could have technically hit something and got bruised. So before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see that it was one in the front of the inner temple. So then that was the spot where the criminal... Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other side. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped from distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to the forward momentum, and then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, the blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Elise Dowson's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe it was already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found... Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You provided us with the way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. I was about to say, what the fuck was that? I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down. What's the meaning of this, Mr. Godet? I think that's the 4th time. That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. What would that be? The aroma. Huh? How did he clean himself off so fast? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal has sent the body to the other side like you say, then naturally, there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to move to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Goda is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body could have been, the body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well then. If you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body at the Hazakura Temple side? Well, given the facts of what we know, let's say, for example, that we're taking everything at face value and saying that Iris actually was an accomplice, but not the actual murder. That would mean that Iris would be on the side to where the body would be flung over and then landed. Then she would be able to take it over to the courtyard and then have whatever that happened. That means that Dahlia somehow, if they're saying that she was there and actually the murderer, she would have been on the side that swung the body to begin with. That means that she's at the inner temple. Meaning that the person who's on the Hazakura Temple side is Iris. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could not have picked up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Trite, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Goda? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body has been moved using the burned out bridge. Which means now, in fact, it means now it's a fact that has occurred. Something that you should have known already. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body could have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Isis, or Iris of the Hazakura Temple?
Objection.
What, people faking deaths? Well, not necessarily faking deaths. You'll see in a second. Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand, her real name is... Fuck you, bitch. I never thought I had to utter your name again. Let alone see you. It's been a long time. Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her. Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case 5 years ago. My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be in here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. Oh, I like the transition now. But according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Fucking Goda. Death has no meaning. Wait a moment. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Kyrian channeling technique flows within that body. The Kyrian channeling technique? Now where have I heard that? That's right. You're not even Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just somehow, just happened to be channeling by someone, on the very night of the murder, to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them? Even the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means that Iris was at dinner was a real Iris. And the Iris that gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling of the spirit Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that has been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. God, that's the worst. That's Maya's mom and shit. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Whew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. I suppose you're about to say something's really ridiculous. Like the real Iris and the spirit Dahlia somehow switched places. Switch places? To be perfectly honest, there's still quite a few things I still don't understand. But I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? He said that he hasn't felt that she was the same since yesterday. I'm trying to remember what exactly happened. But for now, we'll say this. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh? Explain yourself. Yesterday for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Oh, that's right. Okay, I know. What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect like that to move about freely like that? I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move was... This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? How could I have... She fled. She escaped. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge's right mind would consider the idea of Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. And my current profession? Permanently retired. Huh. So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What's going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again. And I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself. Fuck this bitch, man. Woo, how the hell is this gonna turn out? Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that if we're learning the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. The plan. Wow, you hear the music? It's not even like the pressing theme or anything. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya, and then have the blame pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
Hold it!
Oh, I didn't even get a chance to read it, hold on. So that means you really are... Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense. There's no way that... Watch yourself, Trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Gordon is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya? Could it be true? You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hugged. Jesus. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. So I was on death row and she was my mother. It was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see. So that's when you discussed the plan. Ha. Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her only daughter. Or her own daughter, excuse me. All to make Pearl Fay the master of the Kyrian? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor that she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan, huh? You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first, she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris? That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at the old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father has absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams to having her bloodline become the main family. Maya would have to die? But why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fay as well. How could anyone do that? You? You were gonna kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions of the letter and channel me. Then it would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing anyone can do for me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally, they would think that it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nut, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris' crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as the woman had hoped. Maya Fay is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fay. That's absurd. Maya is just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I despised you. Your sniveling naivety and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, but the kind and gentle soul that you are, you may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would want to help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act on my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reasoning for wanting Maya dead? Why would she want to kill Maya? Well, you know what? Maybe it's to get revenge on Mia. Because Mia's the one who put her away and locked her up for good. Yeah, I was right. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you had the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead. And you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman. Mia Fey. I somehow knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she had made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible, was it perhaps because Maya Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized the only way to take revenge against, there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For you to kill, for that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you. There's not a thing you could do to me. That night, at about 9:30, I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on the demon-wearing hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was Elsie Dowson who channeled her after all. That ridiculous had never noticed a thing. She left Maya at the inner temple, and wobbled back clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. I took out the dagger I had from the storage room, and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean, no clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I passed out, I wrote Maya behind my back, and I hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of the trick locks. Somehow, I have been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern? Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Y'all know any good teams for Shenko? Oh, what's up? Shout out to the gang. But she will fall to the knife. Well, yeah, exactly. Honestly, if you're thinking of using Shenko, she's very powerful assist with her Senbobu or whatever, and golding her up at the start. So technically, characters that like have like maybe teleport assist, so like Wesker would be good to like mix them up. Let me think. X-23 is pretty good because she can teleport behind as well. It's also used for like a good pressure get off me tool since no one can actually hit her. Some people use Ghost Rider. That's not so bad, but like you have to fully extend damage with it, so you gotta be careful. Let me think, who else? I mean, it's tough because Shenko's not really like a well-used character. Like, a lot of people like to use low-tier teams, and like, Shenko is part of that low-tier setup. So, I would say X-23, Wesker, Ghost Rider, hell, even Sentinel. Sentinel can actually like have a good get-off-me assist too if he wants to. And maybe Hagar too. I'm not really much of a Shenko user, so I don't know exactly what... I mean, the other two assists you really shouldn't use, so at least, at the bare minimum, use that. The Shen Bobu. I think it's the alpha one, like the red one. You have to use that. Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well into the back of the sacred cavern. No problem, dude. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't get out. So instead, I returned to the cabin and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After that big earthquake, she showed up, all by herself. The real Iris? She said she come to make sure that the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out of the sacred cavern and got a feel of the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed that it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in its instructions. But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I was about to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is matricide. The sin of killing your own mother. No way! Again. What's the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually stuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey had disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple. That much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River? Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? The way she threw herself into Eagle River? Oh, that's why she threw herself into the river. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Goda here. Okay, thanks. Was this something important? They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dauxum, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death in the raging waters of the Eagle River. Ha! Trite. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What's that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Goda? Have they found Iris, then who is channeling Dahlia right now? Good job, Knight. According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember this. Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means, if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. That's right. That's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump from the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River? Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself inside the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Let me take a look at the map. So, yeah, because if she fell into the river, it would be from the inner temple side, but there's too many ridges there. It's impossible to jump into Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below is the cliff. The inner temple side is the big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, she would have seen her body in this photo. You finally figured it out. You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We know now that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most possible, the likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What? What is this one possibility you're talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where is your dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally, the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is in this very instant? Dude, good job, Knight. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey is here? You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said, I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstand. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl tried, but she couldn't do it. I never fail at channeling someone. This is the first time that it's happened. Is there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth's becoming clearer for you right now. Am I correct? It wasn't Pearl that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Missy Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already. I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Faye. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Faye. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Huh. Well, Grams, what would happen? Could it be? It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you talking about? Well, what I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself? From me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were the only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Faye. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere to run. So the problem became, where would the safest place where would be the safest place to hide? You mean that's when she channeled me? Maya got the big brain plays. Fucking finally! One too many damn burgers would have probably fucked her up. All this time, you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. Don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by a little whelp? Maya Faye killed herself. Isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into Eagle River. That's the only avenue to escape from... I'm sorry. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that, who has never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have given her such a brilliant idea? Well... Mia Faye? It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Ha. You're something else. But what are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearls, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to the night one more time. The channel thing is so cool. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Faye. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course I didn't have all the details. But one thing was perfectly clear. And that was... I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself into the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put the lock there? Yes, but why did you order her to do those things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. by one Pearl Fae. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Faye's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it is. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye to kill Maya at all costs. It certainly sounds that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago? The fake kidnapping? Your very first crime? You got your hands on $2 million diamond, but after Terry Falls escaped and wanted to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. Wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if you had only gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, I would have been hung to death. I would have been hung to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you're already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on, forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you was burnt to a crisp. It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Now then, I assume you're the real Iris. Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to health. Oh, man! It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of the wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no one further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor? Yes? What is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concentrated effort to study up on the Curian channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Occult? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different, and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first, we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Never thought of it that way. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris at Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Trite. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger from the storeroom, and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elsie Dowgson. No, Misty Faye. But, who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over? Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way. But this court isn't prepared to for further testimony. The prosecutor is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Ha! Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the event, and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we retrieve the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trite. I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful women always seem to come dashing in at last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself. That's enough. This court is now in recess. I'm truly sorry about everything. You're working so hard to defend me. But I was missing all day, and we couldn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I first met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today and root you on. Well, it isn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you would have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister. I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by her mother and never got any love from her father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes. I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. But, things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse to the victim, Elise Dauxnem, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple. But... the path to the Inner Temple was cut off, right? Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? Please don't show me that animation anymore. It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so much that she would bleed out too much. The staff that missing Elsie also, the staff that missing Elsie always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to the Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. No, it's nice one more time. Wait, what's nice one more time? I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shishikoto. I wiped off the blood of the sap's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. The motion picture? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, you mean okay, gotcha. I don't want to see it anymore. Defend it. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Oh? Okay. Something she wants to tell me. Sure. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she learned who Elsie Dowkin really is? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that's just maybe. I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden in the Inner Temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to Hazakura Temple's side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck in the Inner Temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day? That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win. Or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. She has no bra? Well, I mean, obviously, why would Pearl have one? She's 9. Oh, man. Let's finally get through this game. Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier. Tests? Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? What was it the victim's blood, or due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, the one thing we can say with certainty, the blood that was on this dagger was not of the victim's blood. Was Morgan channeled? So you're saying that Morgan, was channeled through someone else? But remember, Pearl wasn't there at the, she was there at the Inner Temple, but, she wasn't able to, channel Valerie. So then she thought that she just couldn't channel anymore at the time. So that's why, I don't think that she could have channeled anyone, and the only person that channeled anyone after that was Maya, and that was for Dahlia, so that is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger? Then whose was it? I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So, let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Very well. Please bring out the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Company law offices. Maya. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Curian channeling technique. I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya. The pain of the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed the moment of Miss Elsie Dowson's murder. Is this correct? I didn't see any. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole time, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it arrived, or when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled, and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" Then something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you. It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Huh. Can't say it was a especially good night for the young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems it would be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Who else was in the Inner Temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like you said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person? But after that, your attacker was right in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? Fuck that. Consider the conditions at the crime scene. I'm not surprised she didn't see her attacker. Huh. So it looks like even you've got some compassion. Judging by the testimony thus far, the idea of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise Dowson, Dahlia Hawthorne. Very well. Please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head? What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape. I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time. Well now, this is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 plus 1 equals 2. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd, considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable, given the circumstances. So, what did you do then? 1 plus 1 is 2. Good job, Maya. You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was in a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. What is it? Was it a man, a woman, a child, an adult? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that was my last hope. Wow, sounds like poor little Maya was really out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? Sure. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? Oh, what? What do you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said that? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. But you testified that you screamed that because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when it happens? Mine's not doing so well up there. Oh yeah, oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who was screaming for, that's who I was screaming for to help. What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean that to slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker was another person? I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. A ton of pressure? You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up and try to hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to this case. I want you to add it to your testimony. I can see a man behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. The light of the lantern? But didn't he just say that the lantern was not lit? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Hold on, let me just make sure. The lantern wasn't lit, so... Behind my attacker by the light of the stone lantern. Okay. So there was a man standing behind your attacker? Yeah. That man. He's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one that killed Lee Stouxton. Otherwise known as Missy Faye, your mother. The killer? Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. Mr. Goda, explain this. Add the pureness of to milk Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the stage of the witness's mind right now. A cup of cafe au lait. Oh, sure, whatever. Cafe au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Tright's words are the milk, and you are the spoon. Your Honor. I'm a spoon? I'm no spoony bard. I'll have you know. You must have noticed too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Coffee with milk? Dude, I don't even drink coffee, so I don't even know how good that is. Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it. What'd you say? If there truly was no light in the garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe the person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pinch black conditions?
Objection.
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There's no other light source at the scene. There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godet. Maya, did you see who the killer was in the dark? And now, you're trying to cover him up. Cover? For the man that killed your own mother? There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. Ha. You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please, stop. Maya is dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother. But, I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an office of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright. Time to show us what you've got. Who is the person that you say Miss Faye saw in the darkness? You still here, Knight? What do you think? I drink coffee, future. Oh yeah? I don't know what that one specifically is, but I'm not a coffee drinker at all, so... It's gonna take a minute, just in case Knight is here. Okay, let me ask you a different question. Who do you think you could see in the if it was pitch black? Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize her killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how it's possible, yes? What? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. This is... But it can't be. Huh. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder. Do you remember how, remember the roar from the last case? The tiger guy? Where it literally was pitch black, and the only thing you could see was Phoenix Wright's eyes coming up, and then Godot's eyes flickering. That kind of tipped me off. Funny how they kind of foreshadowed that from the third case. And he was so set on making sure Wright was wrong, and how he talked about death. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it? Ha. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights? Well, witness, answer the question. You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya, I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man. But for a totally different reason. What? Witness, Mr. Wright, what the... Stop your chattering, Your Honor. Chattering? If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man. Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... When I came to, I was lying there in the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the lantern had been clearly cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think that the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would have been a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Oh, what's up, Kid Trunksy? BMan bags. Dude, you're coming up with these nicknames, man. So you lost consciousness while you were in the garden, is that right? Yes. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you into the inner temple? It could only be the killer. That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple? Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. It looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit? Yes, that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed. I'm gonna say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it was impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be any advantage to the killer. The only one who gained any from that would be the only person that was in the inner temple, Maya. Very well. Let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene. So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? Did really look odd. The snow was removed, an unnatural-looking rectangular shape around it. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use. I almost broke my bat top in the stylish Ken Ultra to body this trash talking fool. Really? So you were like getting the motions of Ken Super or whatever? Shit. I mean, hey, as long as you got him bodied, then there you go. All's well that ends well. Hopefully your stick is okay. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Did you say that a lot of the victims' blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in, ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most, reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that bothers me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with the blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. That's true. He could have just scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue, but I think this will help explain them. Gotta churn also like churn that butter? Yeah. I definitely know the feeling. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble. Moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. There's nothing necessarily, like, you know, which one was the one that he needed more information to? Say he needed more information about? I don't think it was the first one. Was it this one? Actually, the killer must have done it. I think so. But why would the killer tamper the crime scene like that? It must have been something that the killer just wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes. I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence from me, for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the one in the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought that. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened? Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's really an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what happened. Well... there's a big problem with that, I think. Because if the killer wanted to clean it up for Maya's sake, then why did they leave the Maya thing? Because it's still on the lantern. If they didn't want Maya to think, like, or people to think that Maya done, then why leave that? Let me save it. Because, like, it's so odd. It's like they took out all the snow with the blood on it and then left that. Yep. There you go. The body of Elise Dowson was carried all the way to Hakura Temple's courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime. The snow that we suspected covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe that all is done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh? And what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godet. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe up the writing off the lantern? You're right. But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed. But it doesn't make sense, it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow. Then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection.
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? Well, so remember what happened earlier when we talked about the lantern? Goda didn't notice the Maya thing written on it. That's why he was so startled. Killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Goda, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident, who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who could that be? Who's the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? Remember, he can't see red. Well, he could basically only see red, if you think of it that way. Mr. Goda, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with the huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. You can't see everything? Is that correct, Mr. Goda? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back a moment when it was presented. This lantern, there's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle. Mr. Goda, just imagine it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulations. Oh, remember the ketchup? This is the apron. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on it. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Goda. Why have you not explained the bloodstain on the court? Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You can see the coffee in the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup, because it's red. Ha. It's strange. In a black on white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the one who can't see them? So then, Mr. Goda, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern? Hey, Gramps, didn't you know that the reason why I don't drink red tea? Red tea? I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Goda is a murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Goda, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You're the murderer of the Miss Elise Dowson, also known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe that this is true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you. I was like, what the hell is that word? Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into a killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name written there. I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? How so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it for yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes? Why didn't he just do that area? Could it be... Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all the snow. He couldn't be sure where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Is it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see it just fine. It seems that once again, this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godet? Wait just a minute. Maya? What is it, witness? Mr. Godet isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed up.
Objection.
Maya. You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but... After the murder happened, you didn't even exist. She didn't... I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this a little moment ago. After the murder, the witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Godet no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're gonna get to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Excuse me. Nicely done, Trite. Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened in the Inner Temple at the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple too. Pearlie was also stuck in the Inner Temple side that night. The next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godet arrived in the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearlie first, and cheered her up right after. Who is this Pearlie? That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. So when did you hear about this? Oh, just a little while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on! Pearlie would never tell a lie. She was way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha. The prosecution has no objection. We believe this witness. Mr. Godet? Let me just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright? Let's get this cross-examination started. Pearl is also stuck in the Inner Temple. So where did you think that Pearl slept that night? In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during the Acolyte's training. But even so, why did she go to the Inner Temple in the first place? It seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew the spiritual training was about to undergo was very intense. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the Inner Temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there, possessing the body of Elsie Douxton. She searched the entire Inner Temple side, end to end? Well, you see, Pearlie gets pretty scared when she's alone. And there weren't many places to look. She said she even went back and forth several times. The Inner Temple side has two structures, a training hall and a spare prep room. And there's also a sword shack, I think. That's about it. There's a sword shack too? Pearls was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined a sword shack all that carefully? Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate. So that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the sword shack. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge? I'm getting way too parched over this. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she wouldn't stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearlie said that she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times. Poor little girl, all alone like that. Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the Sacred Cavern, Dahlia Hawthorne, who was busy battling with the trick lock. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? So it was your first time in the Inner Temple side, Mr. Godet? That's funny. Am I imagining things? Or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness. What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor. Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What did you have to say, Mr. Godet? Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If I had been there for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains? I think I'll pass. So you had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? Huh. You want to say something, Trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godet's armor. While I cross-examine Maya, that is. Very well. Please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the Inner Temple side, right? Yes. Then, Mr. Godet, he cheered her up? That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godet. And Hero is thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict. Ha. Cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves, in more ways than one. The truth is there aren't many places to look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godet style. I'm the same way. I like to hand out verdicts in my own way. Judge style. Maybe I should ask questions. Phoenix style. Cheering Pearls up? Or... Not really cheering Pearls up, but... You said that you conducted an investigation on your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went out as well as yours, Trite. After all, I did miss the bloody message on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only thing, excuse me, Jesus. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Missy Faye, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed to the prep room? Wait a second. What did Goda say just now? I think I found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Goda when the murder was taking place? He must have already been in the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elsie Douxnip. But that doesn't make sense. Because he literally just said something about the gravy. But when was that done? That was done during the investigation of Edgeworth, right? I think so. That part is like so far away from me, I can't really remember exactly, but... I mean, I'll give it a shot. Oh, there you go. Mr. Goda, the first time he crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Goda is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is. But there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment than a culprit. Well, Mr. Goda, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way knowing that was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Taking a look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, that is the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, then you could guess that there's a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Goda described, Jesus Christ, I don't know what the fuck's going on in my reading. True, but Mr. Goda described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue of aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he could have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Goda, on the day of the murder, you were hiding in the inner temple, long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Trite? What is it? This whole theory of yours. It all rests on certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Goda knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of that plan? But the plan of what? To kill? Like to kill Maya or to do the whole thing? Oh, I only have these two. And make... What? Make sure not to tell anyone about this letter? Oh, I can't save it. Shit. I mean, this is the only thing that anyone could possibly see about anything happening. And maybe he got a chance to look at the letter before Pearl threw it in the incinerator. Or even after. And that's my guess right now. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plans for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Oh, that's right! Oh shit, I forgot about that. Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. Jeez, I don't know why I'm getting the hiccups right now. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. Well, you just said the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Goda couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes? And when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden. Eavesdropping? On a visit at the detention center? Yes. It could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Goda. So... Okay. Mr. Goda, you're under fire again. This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you were the only one that had been acquired for information before the murder. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the Inner Temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did all of that just to protect this witness. That's right. If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through this kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue a damsel in distress. The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering what the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Goda? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya. I guess you were doing your best to cover for Goda. For the same reason, huh? Please, this character is a character? Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you. What's this? There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably. Come on. There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Mia Fey? You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here. Mr. Goda is a defense attorney? With your honors-piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Goda. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked at. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure sweet heart of hers. That's why I can never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was revealed to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever called it a murder. I was in just a deep, deep coma. A character with 2 identities? Same thing like Dahlia, right? I see. My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of the doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who spiked my scathing cup of coffee. Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away their best days, there's only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Wright. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would never have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who were there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living. She goes by the name of Mia Fey. Huh? You mean me? You're the only way I can make up for the sin of not saving Mia. Or Mia, excuse me. 1 year ago, when the Curian incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that time was drawing near, so I knew the plan. I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from getting caught up with it. That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of the Hakazura Temple and Misty Faye. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall and in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye. But how did you contact my mother? That's a good fucking question. She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What do you mean by officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? That the strong ties between the main family and the government? Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said the Master of the Kyrian had great authority. Even without her original position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why. I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was supposed to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Faye, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother. That night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me into the inner temple. That was the thing we were most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do channeling herself. The channeling Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What? What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of the Kyrian, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself in the inner temple, just in case she needed to be saved from Dahlia Hawthorne. Got it. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Trite. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to the incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godet. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick. Please don't. I heard the whole thing. From my sister. In the medical office. That's why. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godet. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. Maya, I know that. But even so, it doesn't absolve him from his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then, I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. Just in that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and lost consciousness. These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Ha. Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Let's just fucking save it real quick. Light shining in the dark? I don't think you can make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure that they were Mr. Godet's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but just after that, you turn towards the lights and call for help. Is that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godet's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember after all. There was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she could remember the details of the scene properly. Alright then, let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights? That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably, just at that moment. I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice. So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with a murder weapon. Is that right? Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? Oops. Struck back? How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly, but I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and movement. And also, the smell of blood. You have witnessed more horror than any young lady I've ever seen in my life. So then, what did you do at that point? I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Yes, I think so. But they went out? Yes. Suddenly I couldn't see them at all. What could that mean? If the red lights were coming from Godet's mask, and they went out right in the middle of the fight, maybe the mask was damaged. Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trite? Or maybe those little red pinhead looking things just stopped working. What could have really happened then? What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean at the moment the red lights were out? Yes, that's right. The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice. What? So then, that scream came from the killer? That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. And then the killer let out a terrible scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess. Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction. That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct. Good for you. Remember the testimony she just gave? Before the killer let out a scream. Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She could have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of. That could have been used as a weapon here. If Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff, what else could she have used to strike back the killer? Well, only this. Considering this has blood on it, and we still don't know what blood, whose blood it is. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right! I forgot about that. This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. Yes, the detective found that this morning and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood in the dagger could have been from the victim. Have you forgotten that the blood was already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must have been the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. So you're saying the blood of this dagger belongs to the killer? Exactly. A DNA analyst of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godet, it would prove that it's your blood. Nice theory, Trite. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Ha. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? What? Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? Even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes. What does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and planted another person's blood on it. It can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. That blood. It doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness. Continue. Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nix's explanation. Maya? This dagger. You said that it wounded the killer. That's right. But, if Mr. Goda had really been cut by the dagger, His clothes should be bloody or have ripped them, right? Maya? Maybe he just changed his clothes. That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone was on the inner island side got trapped there. That's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Goto was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Man, Maya could be a lawyer herself. Well, I didn't get a chance to read that. I hit X too much. Wonder what it says is something. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike and that had cut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before committing the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on them.
Objection.
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there that night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Well enough at being frozen solid, but sure. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. If Mia were here? So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Goto of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you got one piece of evidence? The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. I was taught that it was one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I'm gonna bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you thought it. Oh my god, it's the old theme! That's good. A fight until the bitter end, Trite. Oh, thank god. Oh my god, this fucking theme. Since there was just one piece of evidence that could prove your point, why don't we go for the ultimate the unlimited penalty? Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Goto? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle. Before fucking that... Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on this dagger. But we decided it's impossible for him to hide such a wound. If he had been cut by the dagger, there should have been a blood stain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What'd you say? Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think of this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there are no blood stains on his clothing. I need to show how he hid the wound. And it's the end of the line, the final stop, Trite. Let's see what you got. Where's this location where you say the killer hid his wound? Ha! I don't know what you're talking about. And frankly, I don't need to know. What I want to know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Trite? What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him? Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, The killer let out a scream. That's right. Your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Goda, would you mind removing your mask? If you had a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped a woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godet? But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You yourself? I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Mia and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes at the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No. Why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your own life on the line to save Maya. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, a part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing right in front of me. It could have been Misty Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. What I was really motivated by the true desire to protect Maya Faye? Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Or could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up right where she left off, as a true defender of the people. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godet. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you're trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound. It's bleeding. Huh. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando? You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant? Yes, Your Honor? Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body in the crime scene is a serious offense in itself. I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very clearly. I knew the risk, and I willingly cooperated anyway. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say? Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I wanted to apologize to you. Apologize? To me? For what? For the case 5 years ago, of course. I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover? Not exactly, but yeah, something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was gonna do it. She was planning to kill me. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly know each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. Huh? We only met twice? The first time you met was on that fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time you met was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way! It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... Oh, wow. For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. It wasn't Dahlia? I hope one day you forgive me, Feeny. Ooh, man. Ooh, man, that fucking hurts. You mean... That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months. But why? Why would you do such a thing? Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst? She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's how she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you? She already had so much to answer for. I don't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back for me in her place? But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer. She couldn't consult me with her plans for you that day. It was the first time that it's ever happened. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she would confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? My feelings for you. If I had found out that she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine. That's so fucked up. After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. I have something to say to you, too. Yes? You really are the person I always thought you were. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of victim, at least a Douksman. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant. Wow! Wow! Notice how no one was cheering! How many cups of darkness have I drank over the handsome? Goda is a guy. But yeah. Fucking wow. So I guess it's all over. The way everything ended? Was justice really served? The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served. Mia! I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save our Mr. Armando, the man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me. You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you. I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. I've handled lots of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Maya? I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back on my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But, come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick. Maya. How? How can you be so bright and chipper for all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Francesca! Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. Excellent work, Wright. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess someone filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Francesca have actually been helping me out. Helping you? If these two hadn't been there on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow. But where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into the river and caught a nasty cold and forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever and wore Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch. Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francesca. I don't suppose there's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry! What's with the longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never to use of anyone. Not even once. That's not true. Right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted. They were really good. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face? Huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes indeed. I certainly can't say that as a lack of resemblance. Do you really mean that? What about you, Franzi? Did I draw you well too? My beauty can't possibly be portrayed in mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort that you put into that's worth something. So then you'll do it? Like you promised? You're gonna model for my next picture book? Franzi's whippity whipped. Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have, made a beeline to Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly! Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that's happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francesca. That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realized something. Now is exactly the time that she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now exactly the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who is hurt more deeply than Maya? Edgeworth. I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! Then tell me, Phoenix, Wright? Who is Maya being strong for? Obviously. Pearl Faye. The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed in her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Faye clan. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya. That's why she was so happy. It shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. But this is a cruel irony that that was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put into the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can smile again. Oh hey, this is where you all were. Wow, looks like we got quite a bit... What was that for, sir? Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know, this and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight. Dinner's on me. My salary's just kinda sorta gone down a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant. Oh no! Oh no! Fuck that. Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip is your reward. Detective Gumshoe? You said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean Tres Bien. Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Crybaby. You're invited too. Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya's taking an awful long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Oh, Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anywhere. Huh? I'll bet she just went back at home. That's all. I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This hasn't happened before. As I figured, she's probably been hurt pretty badly by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen on you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do? Detective Gumshoe? Yeah? What is it, pal? Could you guys go on ahead? But what about you? Maya and I we'll join you once we find pearls. Nick? Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the... Very well, Phoenix, Wright? We'll go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could Pearlie have possibly gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that Pearls might have gone to. Hazakura Temple? For pearls? I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back again so soon? Sister Bikini? I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearlie is here? She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearlie's not here. Maya, the hanging scroll. Aw. That's why I got these on deck, guys. It's gotta be pearls. Mystic Maya! Pearlie? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya? I swore that I would never trouble the two of you again. Because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here? It's the least I could do, to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course I'm sad that my mother is gone. But, how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. If even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. for all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of the Misty Fae. Sister Bikini. Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you that she said that to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of the Kyrian, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true. She'll always be with me, until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? Huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die? That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept to her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container. It wasn't the container that was important. Rather, it was its contents. That's a photo? It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect it with their lives, or their own lives. I am not prepared to see this picture. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors that are constantly challenged by that question. Even when the battle is over, and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting. This is a day to remember. A day when a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate what we overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training. I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for three when you come back. Alright, we're gonna have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is the battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but what is it, Nick? Reservation for training is fine and all, but why for 3? Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you could train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're gonna do the special course naturally. Huh? Huh? That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? You know, I was wondering if I could just say one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
I'll really have to work extra hard now. Master of the Kyrian and the office manager of Wright and Company law offices. And I have to be good big sister to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that. So it's true. Mr. Nick really is missing his nice knight in shining armor. He went through with this special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a extra ultra course too. I think I'll be surprised if the two of them will be making the secret reservation. Oh, look at that. Megan bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off. Yes, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old coat, well, I couldn't read that. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. I couldn't read that fast. Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasure of the Curian exhibit were a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I haven't seen in almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip, and said that I must show you what I've learned. That'd be nice to see. Desi and I started a company called Mass Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all criminals in the city. Our motto is, cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plants to criminals as kind of a side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe it's we're the worst criminals. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exerting Don Tiger. So I lent him $500,000 and a tea set. A special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. Oh, the quote up there, yeah. I'm just old and in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least, that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old, I cry like a baby in a dirty diaper. Well, she is from the London company, so... As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elk. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Adam Matta. Oh my god. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. My. More reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money. I hardly know what to do. I think magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in the spring. I can hardly wait back for Iris to come back. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeney. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when little one slapped you so hard that you got your nosebleed.
Objection!
Ben Grumman Judd? Or Ben Grumman Judd? Shoutouts to him.
Objection!
Shoutouts to him! Sean King.
Objection!
Christina Catano. This is cool.
Objection!
James C. Wilson.
Objection!
Janet Sue. Oh god, I forgot about him. David Crislip, okay. god! What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one's here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? And what's with all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what I'm gonna do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone. I think I'm back to Edgy Poo and I saw him. I really can't accept these, I'm afraid. There's something on my heart. And then we'll never get a job with Oh, I finally got what I fucking wanted! Oh my god, that feels so fucking good. I finally found something I love to do. Frenzy's Whippity Whip trip is gonna be an art world or something. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Wow. Thank God this fucking trilogy came out, man. And thank God I actually put the time in to actually go back into it. Holy shit. I kinda just want to be on a roll and just get through all the rest of them. But when I get a PC going and I can get emulation started, I think that's the best way that I could actually go about like seeing the rest of the games for you guys to see. I just don't know how I'm really gonna do that. But I do have the games on my DS, so I could possibly start it. But I don't know. I'm still gonna think about like putting off the rest of the games for later. I don't know, man. Each game has their best case, but I have to think of like how each one kind of like are centered with each other. Like, obviously the last case within the second game is like so fucking crazy that I think that's the best self-centered case, the one that's like just within itself. But obviously I don't think it's like fair to give the best case to case 5 of, you know, Trials and Tribulations, because it stems from everything. I think that's a little unfair, but I don't know, man. That's absolutely amazing. Holy fucking shit. Probably the dog has to go outside. That's probably why he's been on my lap and just like getting my attention this whole time. But that's the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy on PS4. Hopefully we can get something going with the PC so I can in the future at least start. The next game after this would be Apollo Justice, and then I think it's the Miles Edgeworth games, I think, timeline wise, and then I think it's the 3DS ones, Spirit of Justice and some other one. I think it's Dual Destinies, that's it. And then there's of course those other ones that are spin-offs and stuff, but I don't know, man. We'll hopefully get to those at some point in the future. Thanks everyone, as a formality, if you guys are catching on the archive. Thanks everyone who's took this long ass journey. What was this, like 3 whole months plus? Wow. I hope that forever, whoever you guys have been that hasn't played this game or seen the story, I hope you guys enjoyed it, because this is such a good visual novel story that it's just, man, no wonder it's so fucking popular. But also unfortunate that not many people know about it, but hopefully with this that people actually start getting into it. And hopefully Capcom doesn't stop making these games, because the writing is just too fucking good. But finally with this, we could actually move on to our next game, which I did say would be Okami. That we're probably going to start sometime this week. Might just play Marvel tomorrow, and then we'll play Samurai Showdown on Tuesday. I still want to go through Crash Team Racing as well, so we might do that like maybe like Wednesday or Thursday. Still got to go back to Bloodborne and at least finish the Old Hunters DLC. and then pick it up from there. I guess either complete New Game Plus or just do a brand new game. I'm not sure. But we'll start Okami sometime this week. Probably on, like, Thursday or something. I don't know. We'll see. But again, guys, thank you guys so much for taking the time to watch this with me. It's been a hell of a ride. I hope you guys enjoyed. But either way, guys, thanks again for tuning in. Catch you guys next time.